Good morning, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me all right. We got things starting to move. Sorry I didn't get on here voice. I've been watching and got in a couple trades here. Let me know if you can hear me all right. The signals still aren't going to be going out through Discord. I've got to get that fixed. So the group signals, they're popping up on the computer and they're popping up on the screen here, but they're just not going over to Discord. So I've got to fix that. I'm assuming MC's in platinum. Don't know, maybe not. It's dropped below that 4 hour. There was a 4 hour support resistance level it bounced off of and then just recently broke through. I did not get in on that. I thought about it, but did not jump in. Yesterday had a good day. I hope everybody had a good day. If you traded, I traded a little bit on the fly, but was gone throughout the day. Yeah, that 1 hour reversal. Yeah, that was a good signal to get in. And it had basically broken the, I like the way it broke these lows up top here. That low plateau area, it broke that, went down, hit the 4 hour, pulled back to that little plateau area right there, which is all these lows, tested that level, and then went back to the 4 hour and finally broke it. So good move there so far. I'm in gold long. So yeah, yesterday. Oh yeah, so platinum had a nice plateau there with these lows, broke that, and then went to the 4 hour, bounced off it, tested that little plateau from those lows, and then finally went back to the 4 hour and broke it. So I don't know if it's going to drop. You know, I'd expect it to drop somewhere down in here. So not, you know, and they don't always drop straight down. So we'll see. Candace, I did see your question. You can go into Trade-A-Bait and you have to pull down your accounts. I don't know if there's a good video on it. So in Trade-A-Bait, there's a plus button in the upper corner. And you click that plus button, and then you'll find the block that says accounts. There's a bunch of blocks that come up, like orders, reports. There's one that says accounts, and you click on the accounts and you kind of drag it to wherever you want it on the screen. Just drag it to the bottom, and that shows all your distance to draw down, your trailing max, all that good stuff. Your drawdown to auto liquidation. I wish they had the stuff set up by default, but I don't know why they don't. And I think most of you guys saw my post over the weekend that you can get kicked out of Apex. So the guy I talk about quite often, that I told you guys was at the coffee shop. I told you guys finally I found out how he was doing his accounts. I told you over the last couple of years he kept, he'd buy 20 accounts, and then he's like, hey, I passed my account. Well, he wasn't being 100% truthful with me. So he'd have 20 evals, and he said, yeah, I passed my evals. And I was thinking 20 evals, like he passed them all, because he'd have them grouped together, because that's what he did, group them. He was taking the 20 evals and grouping 10 together long, 10 together short, going long Nasdaq and short Nasdaq in the morning, and one of them would pass. One group of 10. So that's literally what he was doing to pass the evals. Because I'm like, I don't know. Because I started diving in, and I'm like, I don't know how you're doing this because of the way you trade. Because he calls himself a contrarian trader. So right now, as platinum is dropping short, he would go long. This is no lie. You'd have a big swing, and I've told you guys that before, that one time I went in the coffee shop and I was short Nasdaq, and I walked in and I said, hey, I'm short Nasdaq, and I'll be short Nasdaq all day long. And he came over to the table and he went, short all day long. Come over to the table and he went long. Well, I'm going long. I'm like, you are? It's like it's been moving short for the last 4 hours, and I'm staying short all day long. Should continue. And he went long. So he made $100. See, I made $100. Okay. Got stopped out on the runner. He tried to leave a runner. So then he come back about 2:30 in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon. He's like, I'm going to go long again. I'm like, man, it's been short all day. I'm still holding short. Then he goes long. And that one gets stopped out for full loss. And that point, he's like, well, I guess I should listen to you. I'm like, yeah, you should listen to me when I come in at 7:30 in the morning. Because that was the day I dropped the kids off at school. At 7:20, got in at 7:30, and I was already in NASDAQ short before the market opened. So, but that's what he was doing. So I don't recommend doing it. So he was, like I said, he was buying 20 evals, grouping 10 together, grouping another 10 together, going long, and one group short and the other group passing the evals. So now he's got 10 PAs. So he would pay the lifetime on all 10 PAs. So whatever the costs are, they Mickey Mouse around with the discounts and PAs. So sometimes he was paying the full, whatever, 160 on the PAs. Sometimes it was the 85 for lifetime on the PAs. So he was putting out the money, and he was doing it almost every month, because if he got to a payout level on the PA, he would do the max payout and then blow the account. So I haven't seen him in a while, and this is probably why. He hasn't talked to me in a while. He kind of ghosted me. And I was in the coffee shop Saturday, and his mom is the one that told me. She's like, oh, yeah, he's not allowed to trade anymore. And I'm like, well, what's going on? Because I said, I haven't talked to him forever. I said, he's pretty much ghosted me as far as trading and everything, and I haven't even talked to him. She goes, well, he goes, that company he was trading through. And I'm like, yeah. She goes, he's banned. They will no longer allow him to trade through that company. I'm like, whoa, okay. So he got banned from Apex. So they're watching everything. I know they don't put a lot of weight in what you do in an eval account. So they don't care if people get in and you're heavy on contracts, to pass an eval. They really want to see people that's utilizing a strategy. It could be whatever, a moving average cross, and as long as you're going in heavier on contracts to pass an eval. But then you use the same moving average cross on your PA. and that's nothing like what he was doing. So I guess because of the frequency of him having to buy so many evals and the PA accounts, so many of them, and then continually blowing them, and he was getting some payouts every once in a while. It wasn't even every month where he had the PAs, because he wouldn't leave enough in for the PAs. He finally started doing that. So I don't know what happened at one point, but I told you guys like a couple months ago, he finally told me, he's like, yeah, I'm going to finally do what you said, and I'm going to leave a cushion in there so I can quit blowing the PAs. Well, then this happened. So I don't know if he already knew something was up, or if they gave him a letter saying, you've got to, we're seeing you do this, 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 you're going to have to make some changes. And he finally decided. I have no idea. So you can get kicked out of a prop firm. Just keep that in mind. I don't know if my gold's going to bounce here or not. This is an old line that's left on there, so it's not, I don't know, sometimes I choose to leave my lines on the chart. It's not completely valid. I mean, it's an old uptrend line from a 4-hour chart is where I drew these off of. So that one's going to get moved. This trend line where it is now, that will get moved on gold. So that was one. I believe that was posted out in Discord Sunday on gold. Yeah. So that's this one. I'm going to pull it over real quick, but that was posted Sunday in Discord, those trend lines, and that's the one. This is the one where actually it's messed with. It's gone through and rode up the back side. So it is a 4-hour trend line. And then if you look at it now, this is where, that's why I've left it on the chart. So basically that 4-hour uptrend line, you got your two touch points, one here from your swing points. And then that's the one that we were way up here on Sunday, and it traveled down and broke this low, broke the trend line. It's rode up the back of the trend line. That's why I don't take trend line breaks by themselves. I know, I use trend lines. I've been using trend lines since I started in 2004. Trend lines are valid. They hold up when they hold up. But when they're broken, it doesn't always mean to jump in. So there's other factors. You're looking at highs, previous highs and lows. And, if I look at where gold went after it broke the trend line, this wick down here, we'll look over on the left-hand side. We've got a high here and a low there, and so it should make sense to you why it turned there. Well, it hit a level of, support resistance, a price point in the market where we've had turns before. We had this move up, turned, and then we had, this move down and it turned. So, I had someone comment before on the look to the left comments. Guys, I don't know what else to call it, but you just, when you see a move start, you always want to look to the left-hand side of the chart and look for swings, look for highs and lows, look for turning points, because that's where the market or the instrument may turn again. So, I don't remember what the comment was exactly, but it's like, well, he keeps saying, look to the left, look to the left. Well, yeah, that's your historic data is on the left-hand side of the chart. So, you're not going to look to the right and find anything that's going to help you. It's a blank canvas over here. So yeah, when the instrument's moving, you're going to have to look to the left-hand side to see what's happened. In the past, look for those turning points and look for those points to possibly hold up now, as the instrument's moving. So Right now, like I said, it's run up the back. So this would be a 4-hour break. And I know people that trade trend lines religiously. And I know some that trade trend lines, and they've switched strategies over the last few years to they still use trend lines, but now they're not so prominent in their trend lines. I don't know what else to say. You know, the trend line breaks on 4 hours was a golden rule for them, and it's no longer a golden rule for them. And this is why. So they would take that's a 4-hour break, and they would take that short, and that's just a losing trade. And they would go in really heavy too on the contracts, larger account, pretty heavy. So that's a big loss that person, those people are taking because of that. So that's why we don't take them right on the breaks. That's why we wait for the pullback and test and all that good stuff. So just keep that in mind. All right. Are you on, Candace? Are you on the account? You're on the account tab, like a block. It will look like a block, account block. There's oil. If you want to take a peek, it's been long so far this morning. A couple of 1-hour reversals though, but it has a trend line up here too, downtrend line. I'm going to drag oil over and show you guys. The current chart on oil too. So here's where we were Sunday on oil. Let me pull that back for a minute. I gotta fix something else. Not on that chart. Get there. All right. Morning sunshine. There we go. Morning sunshine. Love it. All right. So, to your question, if you do blow an account on Apex, it will. So if you log into your Apex, you should be able to go to the eval section. There's the list on the left, and if you're on phone, you have to click like the dots up top on the left. So there's a section that is called evals. If you click on that, it will show a list of your evaluation accounts and where you're at. And it shows like a graph of your accounts, if that makes sense. So it'll say eval charts. So if you're logged in, it'll say eval charts, and you can click on eval charts, and then it'll show a list of your accounts. It'll show, the how many days you've been trading the accounts, the targets, where you're at, progress, how many days trading, all that good stuff. It updates it, I think it's midnight. It doesn't update like at close of day at 5 p.m. when your trades are supposed to be off. That's a trade of 8 thing. So, and then under it is one that says PA charts, and you can click that to see your PAs. So they update at midnight. We'll have to do a whole, and there might be somebody out there. I'll look for a good video on it that's already done possibly today and see if I can find one, because the other thing is if on your eval accounts, you basically got 30 days to pass them without paying a monthly fee. You do want to cancel them before the monthly fee, because typically that reset amount is higher than what you can buy a new eval account for. So again, I'll look for a video on it, but that's what a lot of people will do. They will actually go in. Sorry guys. Okay, I'm talking and you guys can't even hear me. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me all right. You should be able to. So yeah, when you go into Apex, if you're on the computer, there's a bar on the left, and there's you got your main dashboard that shows your active subscriptions. I will tell you that you buy an eval, you really want to pass it in the 30 days, because then you come up with a monthly payment. That monthly payment is typically higher than what you can get a new evaluation account for. So most people, if they don't make it in the 30 days, they will not pay that monthly fee. They cancel that account, and they'll just open a new evaluation account. Because it's either blown, either they go for it all, or they blow it, or they just didn't quite make it, or whatever. But a lot of times, like that, say that monthly fee is $150. Well, you can get a new evaluation account at 50% off, so it's less than that. So that's why you'll see people cancel. So I always tell people, don't forget to cancel those subscriptions, those eval accounts that you have hanging open when you get new eval accounts. Just go in and cancel them. You don't have, and the reason I give is just don't need the account anymore. That's the one I used to give. So you can cancel them and then get you a new one. I never reset them, never go through, because when you reset, there's typically that they don't use that account for a passing. So it's kind of stupid the way it's set up. They should just, when you blow it, cancel it for you, but they do not. If you don't cancel that eval, it will you'll have that recurring monthly fee. So that's different than when you pass for an evaluation or pass your evaluation account. Okay, so when you pass an evaluation account, so let's say today, you guys have known I passed a bunch in December, and I passed one for Tyler, and they're not hard to pass. And, so when you pass one, so let's say I had a new evaluation account. I don't care. Let's say I got it at the beginning of January. and I just passed it today. You stop trading. You just stop. So when you hit your target, you stop trading that account, and you wait, and you wait, and sometime after 6 o'clock p.m., I've had them do like 6:30, 7, 8, 9. I had one, it was like 10:30 at night. So somewhere in the evening, when you log into Apex, the bar on the left, there's a tab that says signatures, and you'll click signatures. And what the signatures does is it shows your accounts that you've passed. Like I'm looking at mine, it's got my account, it says the signature's completed, because you'll have to click the account, sign a little thing. You do have to put in a social security number or business EIN, whatever you're doing for an LLC. Then the payment link pops up. I think it's you get the account number and you get the certificate. Like you can click on the certificate and print it right away. And they've got issues with the certificates, and I don't like it because it makes it too easy for people to fake it. So you get, and I'll tell you that in a minute, but you get Apex account numbers. You have a certificate link. You can print the certificate, copy it, download it, whatever. You'll have the date you passed. Then you sign the signature. You click on the account, you'll go out. It'll make you sign for signature. Then you come back to the signatures page, and now you have a payment link. And you click on that link, and that's the one you go out and you pay for that account. Okay. Basically, that's where they show. And then from then on, the PA accounts will be on the PA tabs, PA chart tab, which is another link you click on. So you should be able to see all your eval accounts in the eval charts section is where you want to click on. And that'll show you the days. But I'll look for those too, because they've got a whole video on it. Let me see if this is still doing it. Yeah, it's still doing it. So guys, this is what you got to watch out for. So I'm going to slide mine over. I'm going to show you right now. So I'm looking at mine on an account I pass in. Well, this is one I passed for Tyler. Right? Where's his? 12/11/24 is when I passed. Here's a certificate I just printed. I just clicked on this certificate link. So this is one of mine that it's under my name because he's not 18. But it's one he's paying. It's 25. And look at the date. So the date I passed it was 12/11/24. But look at the date down here. It just, when I just clicked this certificate link, that's what pops up. So I don't know. I've never noticed this. I didn't notice it till like a month ago, because I don't go back and look at my certificates. I don't really care about them. So I've posted some when I pass an account. So I think that day I passed that account for him, I went ahead and I don't know if I posted a certificate, but I posted screenshots of the trades, screenshots of the account. I don't know if I posted a certificate, because sometimes I post them out there, sometimes I don't. Because they're kind of irrelevant, I think. I'd rather post the trades than this. And now once I saw a month ago that I can go back and literally take one from 3/28, and this is one of mine. This one was past 3/28, $50,000 account on 3/28. I just clicked the certificate link and look at the date it's printing. It's printing today's date. So they've got something screwed up there. Something's messed up. But I could see how that could be used to, I could literally go in there and I could go in and print a certificate on that one account I just did, the $50,000 account, or all of them. I could do a 50, a 20, a 100K that I got. And I can literally go in and every single day click on the certificate tab, and it's going to print that day's date. And you could totally use that to be 100% misleading and use that to bring people in to whatever. I mean, people could use that to scam people. Hey, look, I'm passing these accounts. I'm passing a 50K account every single day. I mean, if I wanted to, I could go in and print that every single day, and it's going to print that day's date. Tomorrow, if I click on that, it will print tomorrow's date on it. So I don't know why. They know what's going on. I put in an email to support on it, but that needs fixed. That's bad. I think everybody in here would agree that's bad, but it's really bad. So back to oil. Get down to the chart. So oil Sunday, I posted this chart. Let me, I need to shrink it down here. So this is a chart that was posted on oil Sunday night. So oil was in a nice downward move, got a nice downtrend line there, right? And this is a 4-hour chart, and it's just walking its way on down. We had a 4-hour support resistance level, which is off of what? Off of 2 previous highs, 4-hour swings. Okay, so that was a good valid price point. And then I had a zone underneath the level, underneath this flat area. So we had a good high and a low off of these swings right here that was pretty valid. The bottom of the box was marked off of the low, and then the top of the box was pulled up to the bottom of this swing. So, and then this bounced in here too between. So we had a good zone below and above, and that was what was posted on the Discord on Sunday. And then here's where we're at today. So right now it is it popped back up through the 4-hour, and it's testing the back of that trend line. Now I didn't move it out. I am going to adjust it to this wick right here. I just never moved it. But we had a nice push, nice swing down, finally through the 4-hour level. And again, guys, this is why we don't just take breaks. I love that it's a 4-hour. I always use the 4-hour chart, for the larger time frame to know what's going on. But I don't take a trend line break and close on the other side of the line. I never have. You can look back through history all you want and go, like, well, what about this one here? That broke a high and closed, and it just kept going. You'll find them where they will break a trend line and keep going, but you're going to find more of them. You'll go back and look, and you will find more times that when it breaks a level, it goes back. Okay, so we just don't take it right when it happens, and this would be a support, and resistance level break. But we always wait for it to pull back and test that level again, and that's where we go down to the larger or the smaller charts and look for a turn. Okay, so but that's where we are. So right now, we've pulled down, and then it has turned completely around and gone almost back to where it is. So I am going to move that 4-hour line out, but it's really just been just walking down that. If you look at Sunday's chart, it was 2 candles and a small red, I think, if I could see it. Yeah, this little red one. That's where it was, right here. So that candle is where it was on Sunday night when I posted the image. So, we had a push down to what? To, if you look, we're going to look right here. So we had a red candle push down, even wick down to the 4-hour, but it turned right here, right below that wick. Look over on the left-hand side, you're going to see a wick high right here. So that's where it turned. It went back up to test that trend line again. It kind of peeked through, remember, because this was actually drawn back here somewhere. So it wicked through if you look down to the right. So I'm just moving it now to see how this holds up. So I don't know if that's going to continue or not, but I wanted to point that out, that it is back to that red line, that downtrend line. So we'll see what happens here. But yeah, so all prop firms they're all of them aren't created equal. They've got their different rules. And just, you got to use them for what they're for. It's free money for trading. If you don't, especially for people that don't have a lot to put in, that they can put in and get payouts. The only thing with it is a lot of people go in there and they YOLO the accounts. You only live once, and they'll go in and throw on large trades, and because a lot of people need the money, and that's I won't say that's the worst position to be in when you're trading, but it's not the best to actually need the money. We're getting bounces here on platinum. Platinum, we got a bounce and another sell. I was out on a 15-minute chart on platinum the other day as I was holding a trade. All right, so I don't know what oil's going to do here, but I'm watching to see if it bounces. Oil is still working its way up to, there's oil. It's still working its way up to that red downtrend line. So, we would still hold our long till it gets up there and starts to turn or bounces off of it. So we'll see what happens. Let me know if you guys would rather watch oil or ES today. Platinum wick down like it wanted to go short. Like I said, if you look on the other side of the chart, it's right in that area where the previous low was. Yeah, so anyway, just be careful out there, because like I said, I just saw that, I don't know, a couple weeks ago or something. It was while I was sick, and I don't know what I was doing, but I was in there. Oh, when I passed the stupid Tyler's account. And then I did a couple more for me there at Christmas. That 125K for him was December 11th, and then December 18th was one I did for me, 50K, and then I did two 50Ks on the 31st. So right at the end of the year. I got the certificate and stuff at the end of the year because I wanted to start out 2025 stacked with a couple extra PA accounts. But like I said, I can go in and print those certificates now, and they all say January 28th. So, like I said, I emailed support. I don't know if they'll do anything about it. Not my company. So if it was, I'd have fixed that quickly, because that's a big. Anybody can use. They could pass one PA account and just go in every day and pull up a new certificate and take a screenshot of it. So that's kind of dangerous. So if you see someone ever that's posting, I pass a 100K account every day. You know, I've got 45 of them now stacked in Apex because I pass a 100K account every day. It's probably because they're just going in and popping certificates with that new date, because there's no reason you need 4,500K accounts anyways. But yeah, use them for what they're worth. Get your pay out of them, and I don't want to say move on. Just keep doing it to get money out there. Oh, do you really? Yeah. Tell them about that certificate thing, because that bugs me 100%. It doesn't bug me as far as me. I normally will click on that and download a screenshot the day I, get the PA. So it doesn't bug me that it's changing in there. It bugs me as to what someone can use it for. Because I could, my mind always goes to how can someone actually, when I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's bad. My initial was just like, oh, that's real bad, So, and what it was I had done Tyler, that 25K account. Okay, I did for Tyler. I told you guys that. So I did the 25K account for Tyler. I did not download the certificate. Normally I download a certificate and I send it to him. Here's your certificate. It's one of those things. I want to give him, he's 17. I want to give him a reward. I want him to, he's already gotten some payouts, but I want him to feel the reward of something. Even though I passed it, I wanted him to see that, get that. And I said, hey, you're good to go. I went in and linked it to that one. I didn't link. That one's not linked yet to his others. And, but if someone doesn't get that reward, you got to take money when you can get some money out there. I mean, you got to reward yourself. If not, why are you doing it? And I know with kids, or anyone new to anything, you get the reward. That's satisfaction. I mean, that's something that, you get that says, hey, I'm here for a reason. This is what I'm doing. You love this. Got your shiny certificate. I just didn't do it the day that it turned over to a PA. So I went back in. That's how I found out in December what happened, or that this happened, because I went back in, found his certificate, and I'm like, okay, so it was December 11th. 2024, and then when I clicked on it, it come up whatever date it was. I looked and printed. Right now it says January 28th, and I'm like, whoa, it just, yeah. If you can let someone know on that, that's good. All right, gold's still popping, so I am in gold long, and it is finally up in that yellow zone, so it's working on it. I got this gold chart on 4-hour time frame. I don't want to keep it there. Because not much happens watching a 4-hour. They just popped a trend line up on their trade line up on that. I don't know if I'm going to do. I won't do a real aggressive one. A real aggressive, trend line, trade line would be like this, and we can leave it on there. We just know that this might get broken pretty quick on a pullback. Platinum did not want to stay down. So, we watched platinum go down to this previous low, and it just whipping back off that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, hopefully they'll fix that, because I'd hate to see someone using that, to sucker people in. And because that's what it would be. That's how it'd be used. I'm surprised I haven't seen it out there already. That like I don't really look at stuff new people are bringing out though, but there could be someone out there already using it like that. But yeah, I had a good day yesterday. You guys know I had some appointments yesterday, and I had just a checkup, doctor checkup for me yesterday morning, and then my daughter had a dentist appointment in the afternoon. So I called her Sunday night, and I said, she was spending the night at Grandma. She didn't have school yesterday, so I called her. I said, do you want to go with me to my appointment? We'd have to leave at 8. And I said, but your appointment's in the afternoon. I said, we can go to late breakfast and goof off for a few hours, find something to do. So that's what we did. So it was a good day. I try and take advantage of it while I can, because, they're teens now, both of them, and who knows how long they'll stay at the house or even want to do something with Dad, right? So that's the biggest thing, They might stay at the house for a while, but they may not want to do a lot of stuff with Dad and Mom as they get a couple more years older, because they both got friends and stuff. So, but anyways, that's what we did. Went to my checkup, went to a new breakfast place, restaurant we'd never been, had breakfast, and then we were going to catch a movie, and we had half hour to squeeze in the bookstore before we had to leave to go to the theater. So she reads a lot of books. There's a half off bookstore. So we do try and teach our kids how to manage their money. I know I mentioned that before. So proud of her for not ordering books online, because she knows she can go to the half off bookstore. She doesn't like the audiobooks or Kindle, because I told her, I'm like, you can get the audiobook for free, but she doesn't like the audiobook. She'd rather read. So we got 5 minutes for a stock market to open. So anyways, yeah, we had a good time. Ran to the bookstore. She found 5 books. She uses her own money. She used Christmas money for that. And then, I had to pay for them. But then she paid right when we got home. She went and got money and came back and said, Dad, here's your money for the book. She's better than my son at that. But yeah, so we watched a movie, and then she went and had her tooth drilled on, had a cavity with the laughing gas. She has to have the laughing gas. It's kind of hilarious, her laughing and everything else. But it was a good day. So that's what we did. My checkup, breakfast. Breakfast was really good. Bookstore, movies, and then her. Then we ran by Granny's, Grandma and Grandpa's, for her to pick her stuff up for school, and came home. And I worked on our dryer. I am not an appliance repairman, but my years of construction, my wife wants me to, and I don't mind. I fix stuff. I hate it, crawling around on the floor under a washer and dryer, but because when something goes down like that, do you know what her first comment to me is? You guys will love this. When our dryer went down, her first comment when she told, "Hey, dryer's down. Saturday, do you want to go look at a new one?" It's only like 3 years old, but that's what comes out. Hey, the dryer's down. Do you want to go look at a new one Saturday? I'm like, no, let me see what's going on with the one we got. Oh, I think that's her way of getting me on it to fix it, or else. Because I'm literally fixing it $160 to fix it. She'd been out buying me a whatever, 600 to whatever they're up to. But I'd say a minimum of 600. So it's got life left in it. It's only 3 years old. It's just a control board had a blowout. The circuit board. And I was like, when did the dryer go out? When we had that power outage. I was like, yeah, that's what did it. So we had a power outage. And when the power came back on, the surge popped the relay circuit. Those circuits aren't made for that. And normally when a part goes out, you don't just fix that one little part. You just replace the whole board. Because what happens is if one part went out, there's stress on all the other parts. So they're going to be weaker. Just a fun fact on electronics. I'll stop there. I'm watching oil. It did pull back off that. So I don't know if we're going to have a bounce here. I don't really have any trend lines drawn. I don't know if that's the final push that we just had. I don't know if that's going to be the final push up to that down trend line, or if it's going to bounce here and we're going to get another. I'll pop a line on here, but you're going to see. Am I on the right chart? Oh, sorry. I'm messing with the wrong chart. It's platinum. So I would want to draw a line from here, this point A to this point B, and we'll look and see. If it's past it, I'll pull it off. I think it's right around and it's messing with it now. So we'll see what happens with that. Make sure they're attached to the bottom of the wick. Why is I turn the magnet on? There we go. It's not doing its thing. There we go. That's what we want. We want the magnet on. Because I noticed this one was not on the. There we go. So we'll leave it on because we're kind of seeing what it does here. If we're going to get a bounce on this, and then maybe a push back up to that down trend line up there. If it bounces here, it's got to break through this mess of stuff here again too. It kind of went through it pretty easy. If you look, let's pop one up there. But as it went through and broke this high, this wick high, it came down and turned right there again, went up, made a double top. So that's why I was saying this may be that may have been the last push to that trend line. So now as far as signals, we're not going to get them for a bit. So I almost want to see it bounce here on this inside bottom and go back up to that line again. So just if you're taking trend line breaks, just be careful because we are on a 3 minute. So if you take it, just be careful with it. Yeah, that's what I got a degree in: robotics, electronics, computer science. I took that later. I think I've told you guys that. It was after I got married because I've been in construction since '86. So right out of high school, there's our pop to that outer line. Still in gold. It's still pushing. So it's the only thing that's been consistently pushing one direction so far today. I have another account. I have an ES trade on, but it's a I can hold in this other account like overnight. So that's the one I got in heavy. So on that trade, ES, I got in at 751 yesterday. So it was right before leaving the house here. That's the only, I believe that's the only thing. Well, no, I got in on, I was in the Forex too. But as far as anything that you guys watch with me, like gold, Bitcoin, anything, I was in ES yesterday. Got in at 751, which was before I left the house, and then just kind of monitor it. And I've rode it so far, so I'm still in it. I closed out partial. That was at in the afternoon yesterday. Yeah, that was at her appointment. I closed partial, and then I still have um, runners on. But I have a line off it too that it bounced off of. Who knows if it'll keep going or not? But I'll ride it out. Man, this keyboard's loud. Gold's about to the top of that zone. Hmm. Hmm. So we've had good pulls so far off the New York Stock Open. ES dropped down. I pull it over, but so far that Nasdaq and Russell has dropped, whereas the Dow has moved up. So, but that's what I'm kind of looking at. New York stock market opens at 9:30, so we'd expect the indices to move, and that's what we've gotten so far. So we've had 9:30 is this big red candle right here. So we've had a push down on it. There's Nasdaq, kind of the same move, and then Dow is opposite, and then Russell is. We've had the same push down. We had a jolt up, but for the most part, it's been pushing down. So I'm not in anything yet other than ES from yesterday on the indices. Yeah, the indicator, it will be on the trading view. It's not on there yet. It'll be on there this weekend though. I don't like the signals we're getting on. Like platinum's really back and forth, but platinum may be switching over to buys here soon. Trying to watch like ES and stuff, see if they're breaking their lows. ES has some lows down here. I'm waiting to see. Right in here. I don't know if it's going to hammer through those off this push from the market open, or we're going to get a pullback. I would expect pullback, but we'll see. Yeah, is anybody else in gold? Hopefully it'll bounce here and we'll get a further push. So far it's been good on it today. And Dow's having a issue breaking a previous high over here on the other side of the chart. So that high right there is what it's having problems breaking right now. And if you look at everything else has been short on the indices, so it's out of sync right now. Here we're getting our pushes. And oils decided to drop through that. Sorry guys, I didn't have it back on oil. That would have been an entry because it bounced through that trend line, or broke through it and then bounced back off of it. But right now there's a support level you're going to be aware of. Should have been watching that one a little bit closer. That trade would have been initially, I would have wanted to close off partial in case it didn't break the 4-hour line. I don't know what that's from. We'll delete it. ES will be stopping my trade from yesterday out pretty soon. Yeah, ES just keeps dropping. Nasdaq. Dow's finally in line with the rest and going down. It just had to go up and test that previous high first. So ES had a nice bounce off that line up there, the zone. It's had a nice drop so far. NQ, same. Dow's the only one that shot up first, really. So we had a good move up first, testing this previous high, and then it's finally popped. And that's Russell right there. It had a one candle shot up. Guys, this is what will take a lot of people out. Depending, if you got into shorts in here anywhere, and we're using like this high or this high for a. We're going to see what happens after that if it continues down. So far, we've had sell signals on all those since this morning. We had a couple 1 hour reversals, but mainly sells as the 4 hour was still short. Watching to see what gold does here. Gold's that was going to give us a little cleaner bounce off that line than it has. I'm going to leave my line right there on gold, this steeper one. But if gold comes up right now or in here and pushes up to this high in here, which it's kind of almost there, at that point I'm going to move my line, something like this, or I can move it now. But I was waiting to see if it would actually break that. So it doesn't always test our lines exactly. The market doesn't know our lines are on our charts. Imagine that. So it doesn't always test them, and we don't always get the clean, charts that we want. I would have loved to have seen it, after breaking, come back up and test the backside of the camera, right? Or the backside of the camera, the backside of the line. Is it going to bounce then and shoot to this line and maybe deeper? That's still in play. It's just kind of pushed through a little bit. So I'm not saying that test is over. It broke through this steep trend line, pulled back to test the backside. You got to be careful saying, is that done? Was that it? And is it, If it would have pushed up to this high here, then I'd say, okay, that was just a test of the line, even though it poked through a little bit. So what I'm looking for is to see what this candle does here. You know, does this one close, does it pull down a little more and close red? Because if I move my line too soon, because if it pulls down and closes red, what if gold comes down to this, bottom of the zone in this trend line? Okay. What I don't want to get caught up in is if I move my line here now, I'm not seeing that. See, if I move my line here, if it's a premature move of a line, then I'm watching this candle. If it goes down and closes red, then I'm saying, oh, it just broke my trend line. Well, it just broke my trend line because I moved it, you know, but you're not getting anything. So like right now, if this comes down and closes red under the trend line on gold, at that point, I'm saying, oh, it just broke the trend line. You know, we're watching this candle here. Oh, it just broke the trend line. Okay, now I got to wait for it to go back and test the back side. And it doesn't. After it breaks this trend line, it just pops and goes straight down to the bottom of the zone. Okay? It's because depending on where you have your trend line, right now, this is where my trend line was. So you got to be kind of careful. You can move them prematurely. It's a thing. So right now, to me, it's broke that trend line. It's pulled back to test the back side. We have a red candle. Okay. So we might get a deeper push down. But again, if you move your trend line, well, it looks like it's just now breaking that trend line. I don't like to move trend lines until I get a push, an extension past a previous high. I wanted to see, you know, if it would have came down and bounced here and pushed up past this high, then that's when I'd move my trend line. I typically will wait. Because like I said, you could move them a little soon. Everything else is green though. 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hours, all green. So if you were to take a trend line break back to this level, then you're trading against the trend. And I'm not saying you can't, because you can trade against the trend. Just be cautious. So what do we do when we're cautious? When we're trading against trend, we trade with less contracts. That's all we do. Less contracts, tighter stops, close partial a little earlier. Those three things you would want to do if you're trading against the trend. Yeah, I'm waiting more for, yeah, I wouldn't move it when it retouched it. Are you talking when it pulled up here? Like pulled up here and tested the backside. Is that what you're talking about? When it retouches it? So I would have, ultimately we were looking to still go, you know, stay long, hold our position long. And it came down to the trend line. I was looking for a bounce. And really, I only like to move my trend line if it goes past the previous high in this case. Because right now, so we don't move it. So I don't move it because we didn't break the previous high. Because right now, what does it look like? Right now, it came through the trend line, tested the back side, red candle. It may pull down in here. It might go sideways for a while. But we have a good chance that it may pull on down in here somewhere. And then we'll see if it bounces here. So it could bounce up the back side of this trend line. We'll see. But if it does, so if it comes back up here and we see it walk up the back side of the trend line, and it has to break this high before we want to move the line. It just has to break the high, because what could happen is I could see it coming up. If it comes up the back side of the trend line, gets up into here, okay, and then goes down, well, then we have a double top. So we might see shorts come into play unless it goes and breaks this high. That's the high we're looking for to break right here. Because until then, right now, it's a retracement. It's pulled back, and it may retrace deeper. You know, it could come down to this, and we'd want to see it bounce here. I don't want to see it go past this, you know, past this low of the box in here, trend line. If it I'm fine with it retracing deeper, but don't really want to see it go past this area, would be my target area, and just don't want to see it go, you know, past that area. And we do have a high over here, a nice little swing high. So where it, you know, we had a nice swing up, swing back, and then off that, and then made that high. Well, when it broke that high here, it came back and did what? Come right back and tested that high as support. So this is, you know, a resistance level, a resistance price level right here. So that's, you know, we marked that price level. It swung up, swung back. We marked that price level as a high. So that's resistance. So as a pair comes up to it, we look to see, is that going to hold up again as resistance and push us down? Or, like in this case, it broke through resistance. Well, now it's going to test it. And the test would be to test it as support. So it came down, and on that test of support, it actually held up. And we bounced off that. So ultimately, I do not want to see it go through that level because it held up nicely over here. After it broke it, it held up as support. That's what we want to see. Don't want to see it go back through that. So I'm okay with the deeper pullback again, but I don't really want to see it go past this. And by the time it gets down here, if that's what happens and it breaks that level, we might see like the 15-minute will already be red if that travels down, but we might see the 1 hour turnover. So that's why you got to kind of be careful if you're not in and just taking a trend line break. So, and we're doing the same with this high. So the exact same thing we did here, you know, you mark this one and you're watching it, it broke, it tested. That's why we have this one marked here, because we're going to hold our long position, hold our runners. If it does happen to go past this high, well, then what we're going to do is move our, at that point, we'd move our trend line out once it breaks this high. Because if it doesn't break this high, if it just comes up and turns in here and doesn't get through that high and then shoots this trend line, well, then we have a double top, is what we have. So sometimes people would get in on these and they're put their stops too tight and they're getting in short. Well, for me, the long is not over. Okay, the long move. And that's because these are all green down here, the 1 hour and 4 hour green. So I'm not calling the, for me, I'm holding my long position. And sometimes you get back a lot more. You know, you're going to get back more if you do that. And it's okay to, you know, if you got in on, say, this bounce, you close partial and close out on a trend line break, and then, you know, you can always look to get back in. But so far, gold's been the best for the day, in my opinion. Okay, oil looks like it's bouncing on that 4 hour. So I'm jumping in here. Bitcoin's been messy this morning, so I haven't done anything with it. Oh yeah, anytime. So yeah, I mean we're using the signals, the indicator signals, but we're also still looking at the highs, lows, the bounces, because they actually tell you a lot. So see right now on gold, it's pushing. So it's pushing down to that little blue target I put on there. And you have to be okay watching your profit go back. But that's why we close partial. You get in the trade, you close partial on the way up, and then move your stop to a break even point. You can trail your stop, which case you might be stopped out on this. Or you leave your stop at break even, say, hey, at the end of the day, what I get is what I get. And then you're watching these push back against you, and on that retracement, you're just watching your runner, the profit on your runner go down. And you have to get comfortable with that. And that is easier said than done. You have to just wrap your head around it and say, yep, I'm going to sit and watch my profit go on the runner. And like I said, it's way easier said than done. It's hard to watch the profit go down. You might have a runner that's up even $50 and it starts going down, and it's like goes down, and now you're up like 10. And you'll second guess. You'll be like, well, I should have closed out at 50 when it was 50 on my runner. Well, then the next day you'll close out when it's at 50 on your runner, and guess what? It keeps going and going and going, and it could have been $100 or $200 runner. Now you just got to make your rules and stick to them. I don't recommend people, and most that have been around me for a while, know that I don't recommend changing your rules on the fly during the day. I'm okay with people looking at the end of the day. I'd rather see people wait at the end of the week. Personally, I'd rather see people make their trade plans up, over the weekend after they've analyzed the previous week's trades, and then tweak your trade management. When you move your stop, when you close partial, and then at what point do you keep moving your stop for a trail? So I recommend people looking at the previous week's trades and making those adjustments before the next week starts, never in the middle of a trade. But ultimately, if you want to do that at the end of the day, for me, I like to see people wait a week. But if someone decides, hey, I want to look at the end of the day, but I wouldn't be switching every day. But it's okay to look at the end of the day and see what you could have done differently, and make some little modifications. But then when you get up the next day, you trade those set of rules that you've tweaked, and you stick to that for the whole day. Don't ever try and trade while you're in the heat of the moment, during the trade day. Always do it off hours. Always make your trade plan off hours, never during the market, or at least when you're not trading. So if you decide, hey, I'm not going to trade today at all, well, then it's okay to look at your trade management and change those. Oh yeah, I thought you said you got to go to work. That's what I first saw. Yeah, it's, and I know people that have gone back and forth. Started trading partials and then went back to closing all. For me, I've made a lot of money over the years on the partials. When I get into the bigger 4x trades, I'm 40 lots, which is kind of the same thing as contracts. They just call them lots. I'm usually 40 lots in, and my all in is 40 on that account that I have. If I'm not all in, if I don't see a perfect setup, then it's 20 or 30 typically for me. I've been down at 10 sometimes, 10 lots, but my all in's at 40 right now. And then I close 3/4. So my partial for me is 3/4 on that account on those trades. And it doesn't matter if I put on 40, 30, 20, or 10, I close out. Well, you can't really at 10. At 10 contracts, I'll close out 8, or 10 lots, I'll close 8. But I'm normally at 3/4 is what I like to close out and leave 25% of the trade go. And of course, stop would be a little better than break even. And that normally on the Forex gives me a certain dollar amount. Which is, of course, way more than what we need to live on. I forgot to check this out. I gotta get some more coffee here in a minute. Okay, Candace, are you still in here? Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, did you find a video? Okay, I did post something in our Discord, but that one's not a video. So okay, that the one I just posted a link to out to our Discord is. I guess I could have just posted a link to the thing, but I wanted it in the Discord in case other people wanted it. But it just shows a web page with images on it. It's not a video. I went through a couple videos and none of them were the ones I went through. None of them actually had the accounts module on there. But if you have multiple accounts there, that's what I like using is the accounts module because it'll show you those. So gold did exactly what we thought it might do, or what I thought it might do, was retrace back. So again, we did see it. It's pulled down. It touched that red wick. Came down and touched in that area, which again, we're looking at the bottom of the zone, this uptrend line. We're looking at this highs and the highs and lows to the left. So I like where it turned. Now it's got to give us a push past that high. If we don't want to see a lower high. Now, that being said, it may pull up, we may get a lower high, and it may continue sideways. It may continue sideways in here. What I'd love to see more than anything is I want to see it either break the high. I'm fine with it bouncing, and this is how you have to kind of plan your day, plan your move. What are you fine with it doing? What do you think it may do? So that was alert on. What's that on, Russell? What are you fine with it doing? What do you think it may do? Ultimately, I want to see it do this. I would love to see it do that. Okay, that'd be great. Want to see it in a trade, holding runners. Love to see it break the high. Is that the reality of what is going to happen? Don't know. I'd say it's more likely to bounce around before shooting out, right? So what are we more likely to get? These are the thought processes that go through should go through your head as you're looking to trade. What is it going to do? What does it look like it might do? I know what I want it to do. This one right here, this arrow here, is what I want it to do. 100%. That's what I want. I want you to just shoot through that high and just keep on going. Shoot through that high, come back to test and I'm fine with you coming back to test that high. This resistance level, test this support, just move on. That's what I want. 100%. Okay. The market doesn't care what I want. So what can the market do? What could I see happen? What, as you've been trading over the years, months, whatever, decades, what have you seen happen in the past? What is it more likely to do? Any instrument, okay, that you trade. Well, it's more likely to maybe do this, like what it's doing, push up to test that high, and then come back down to test this line again. What's this line at? If it tests right here, well, if you look, right in here is an inside bottom. So if you don't know the inside bottoms and tops are the insides of a swing, you'll see things bounce at those levels. If it pulls back down, I would love to see it, hit this level and then of course turn, because then in essence it's tested that inside bottom. But what has it also done? If it comes down and turns here and bounces up, I'm going to leave it there. So if it comes down and turns here and bounces up, it's done two things. It's tested the inside bottom, okay, the bottom of this swing, tested the inside of that. In doing so, if it turns, in doing so, it's made a higher low. That's all it is. It's the same on any one of these bounces. You'll see them all over the place when you start watching. That was on platinum. So you'll see them all the time. Look over here to the left. So we had a bounce here off the line, pulled up, and what did it do? It came down and wicked down to where? It wicked to the inside of this turn. Okay, that inside bottom. In doing so, in turning there, because it shot up, in doing so, it made a higher low, which is what we want to see. If we're bullish, we want to see higher lows, higher highs. Okay, it's kind of what we're waiting on over here. It's the same thing we had here. If you look at these moves, guys, these are almost identical now that I look at these. All right, so we had a push up through this trend line. It came back. It bounced. It tested, bounced, pulled up past the high. Nice sloppy move down, pulled up past the high and tested it. So these are identical. This one right here, you know, it pulled up, came down, tested support, and shot up past the high. This one came down, did the same thing, turned on inside bottom, did what? Pushed up past the high, tested it, and moved on. So that is really what we're looking for over here. We're looking for this, you know, past performance to hold true now. And it doesn't always. You every once in a while you're going to get in on a move that was the last time. You missed it. Over here was the last time it, you know, over here was the last time that it actually broke, tested, moved on. This one might fail. You never know when you're going to get in the last move. But it did what we wanted. It came down, tested those levels. So I'm okay with it if it doesn't break the high now. Again, what I want to see, I want to see it break the high. I want to see it break it, come down, test it. Are we going to see it? Don't know yet. What am I okay with it doing? How long am I going to stay in the trade? Okay. So I'm okay with it turning here, coming back down to test this inside the bottom. I'd love to see that more, you know, that comes down, tests the inside the bottom, and then goes. And then if it sits in here in this triangle, you guys know what I'd mark there. If it kept bouncing around in here, if it made equal highs, we don't know what this candle is going to do yet. It's not closed. What do we got? We got about 14 seconds. So it might close above that. It might not. We'll see. So are we going to get more of a double top here and then it bounce around in here? And I'm okay with it bouncing around between this line here and this line here, because what is that? That's, you guys know, that's our pendant flag, pendant, flag formation, whatever you want to call it. So you normally, the best looking ones are where you get one side that's flat and the other side that's either an uptrend line or a downtrend line. Those I love to see the most. But sometimes you'll get, you know, pendants that look more like, I got to take that off. Let me take this one off. I had the magnet tool on. So I love to see them when they're like this, one way or the other. Okay, you'll get an ascending or descending triangle. Like that. I love seeing those more than I like seeing just a regular like wedge or pendant pattern where it's more like this. And they're okay. But I don't go over a whole lot of training in the wedge patterns. I don't go over any training because there's all kinds of stuff on the internet. So I don't feel like recreating what's out there. There's good information all over the place on these wedge or pendant patterns. So, and your ascending and descending one, these are the two I like the most because those normally give you a trend direction. Okay, we would normally expect it to break to the high side in this case. Now it could break out if it comes back here and breaks this trend line and tests the top up here. That's what we don't want to see. Ultimately, we do not want to see this. We don't want to see it bounce around in here However, it may bounce around and then break this trend line. If it breaks that trend line, comes back to test this and gives a red candle, then it's probably, after that red candle, it's probably going to go down, at least to test this low right here. It looks like a broken foot down there. So right now we're kind of watching because that candle, it kind of closed above a little bit, but it's pulling back down. So the candle did actually close above that high. So it did break it barely. And upon pulling back to test this level, we'll see what it does. I'd want to mark this right here, but I don't think it's going to hold. Marking the candle bodies is what I'm doing. So I'm marking where the candle bodies actually, at where that green one stopped and we turned. So we'll have to kind of watch it, see what it does in there. But still holding longs because the time frames are all still green. So it's been the cleanest today. And everything indices switched while I was talking. We had a good buy on the Russell. Let's see if it shows on this one. So we had that 10 o'clock switch over on ES with the buy signal. Had some decent follow through. It's up now again on the red line. Same thing here. Nasdaq 10 o'clock had a buy. And there's the Russell. Which of course they all went off over here. Sorry they're not going to the Discord. I got to change some code on the messages. In order to use a webhook, they have to have code in there, not just text. And when you set these up, on the alerts, it actually doesn't set up the code in there automatically. So far, those have had good moves on, except for this one, except for Russell. I mean, it's still been bullish after the buy, but it's had some more whippy wicks. Did you take the 1 hour reverse again in platinum? And it's about up to that area, that flat area. It broke through this morning. So I'm really interested to see what it does, here now, because looking at what happened this morning, it hung out here for a while going sideways. But if you look at, and that's kind of, I could go in and draw pendants all day long. That's not what I want platinum. But if you look what it did before 7, we had a high, it broke the high. Well, then it made lower high here, but kept nailing down on the bottom. So that's kind of like a pendant. It's not the best looking one, but and I already drew a line off the bottom. So I drew this line here off of this back here, the body of the candles. It broke that, came back to test it, and then moved on. Now you got the 1 hour reverse that you're in on. I don't know if it's going to break right through. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens here, because it never really came back. Like in this swing here, it popped down and then pull all the way back up to test these lows. Well, here where it broke, we had a pullback here on this candle that wick down, which is really testing support, but it's not as good looking, as nice looking as this, where you get a whole swing. This is more the market battle between the bullish side and the bearish side, trying to push it back and forth, where this one is more of a gradual, pullback to test. I'd rather see this over here, because when they become real extended and real sharp and steep, we don't expect them to hold up long. But the only trend line I would have on this, I'm not in it, but I'd have a trend line down here, like that, knowing that this may at any point go down to test that. Now, if you want to draw a steeper one, you can. I just know that a steeper one's not gonna, like that. I wouldn't expect that to hold up much longer. And really, it's from this point to this wick. So it could last for a little bit. I mean, it could pop through here and shoot up a little. So that's going to be interesting to see. Gold finally did its push. So right now it's pushed past the high and it's testing it to see if it holds up. So still holding runners on that. Still in ES, because ES just is pushing high. So it did not take me out. Where my stop? My stop was at, and still is, 60.18. That's where my stop is. So it's down here. 60.18, right under, yeah. So you'll see my stop's down here at 60.18, and see where remember I said it was coming down to take me out. It just didn't quite get there. So I'm glad, because this was a trade. This is a trade from yesterday. So, and right now it's breaking the high. It broke the high from here, from yesterday. So, because that is the high from yesterday. This is 7 a.m. yesterday, Monday. There's the high from yesterday, or early this morning, before 7 a.m. And it's finally broke that, so it's going to test it. We'll see. Yeah, platinum. See how platinum's turning right there. Oh, the first trend line, yeah. Well, and you're like, I mean, you've been doing it long enough. You know how they'll take those bigger pullbacks. So yeah, the steep ones don't hold up. And it almost looks like it's, and as I say this, keep in mind that anything on a 3-minute time frame is not always the best candle patterns and such. But as we get this red candle here, what do we got to close? We still got a minute 20. And I'm on the wrong instrument. We still got a minute 20, but as we look at platinum, if this candle closes down in here, like it looks like it might, well, then those 3 candles are an evening star. Evening star patterns are bearish, meaning that it might push down further. Again, it's on a 3-minute time frame. So you got to take into account that the 3-minute, the lower time frames, the candle patterns, sorry guys, I had the mic muted. So again, I was going over steeper trendline break. Right now where this candle's looking like it might close, we still got like 30 seconds left. This would be an evening star candle pattern. Reverse would be a morning star. So the evening star candle pattern can be 3 candles is ideal. It looks great if you got the 3 candles, but it can be like 4, 5, or 6 candles. It would be like you'd have an outer candle like this. The other outer candle, like red, would be down. And you really want to see the body of it the body of this candle be red down below this open. And then a few candles in between that are, doji candles wick. So this is not a morning star. We just had a new candle pattern open. If it does not go through this triangle, if it does not go through that this support resistance level line here, okay, so if it does not go through those levels, it could still make a morning star pattern. As I mentioned, that the morning star patterns are more successful on the 15-minute and above. Okay, so it didn't happen. If we would have got a morning star here, if that red candle would have closed below this one, I would have expected more of a pullback, to this outer trend line, to this 4-hour line. So I love seeing them. I love, finding the candle patterns, love seeing them pop up. You just have to know that on the smaller time frames, they don't hold up as well as they do on like a 4-hour, 1 hour, and 15-minute. Taking your trading day 3 minutes at a time. Oh yeah, did you put 2 on, or did you just have 1? I did take that trade the other day, and I did remember to put 2 on. Waiting to see what ES does here at the top of this support level. It's high back here. Yeah, okay, so you close both. If Bitcoin can get up through this yellow zone, it might target Sunday's open, which is 104.810, somewhere around there, 104.825. That's if it can get to the zone first. So it may walk, platinum may walk up the backside of that steep line. Still waiting on gold. It looks like it's found support. It wants to stay above this high. So I don't know if it's going to pop and give us another extension. Would love to see that. It could at any moment break back down, to come back to this trend line. And one thing I would do is look for an inside bottom if it does do that. So I would mark this right here. Nope, that's my inside bottom. So again, marking the inside of that turn. And as I say that, it's pushing. That's what we want. We wanted that push. We want to see, I'd like to see 2 or 3 candle extension and then pull back. So that's what it did. It broke the candle bodies here, broke through that high, came back and tested that. We'd like to see a couple candle extension here. And just keep in mind that if it does pull back below this line here, this low, because we definitely have a candle turn here, and that's where it turned here. So if it breaks through that, that's a good support resistance level. If it happens to break through it, don't be surprised if it comes all the way back down here. If it does break through it, what I want to see is if it does go deeper, I'm fine with that. I want to see it turn in here. Okay, so that's going to be this right here, my next target. And like we had down here, it's going to be right there. No, I moved that one out of the way. I'd be okay with it pulling back, but I'd want to see it ultimately turn somewhere in here, because if it comes back and turns right in here, where's it turning at? If I look at the previous swing, it's turning at the inside bottom, okay? Because that's the inside of this low swing. Now, it could go back and do this. It could test the actual bottom. I would rather see it not do that. I'd rather not see it come down to test this low here. I would rather see it, if it breaks through, to come down and test this inside bottom, okay? And then come back up. I'm okay with that. I'm not as okay with it coming all the way back down here. If it happens, it happens. But if it gets past this low, it's over. If it gets past this low, because guess what? If it comes down and doesn't turn at the inside bottom, and it comes down to this low, what has it done? Well, it's broken the trend line. So I may have to look to get out of my long trade. I may have to look to close it. What I would want to see in conjunction with that, with it breaking a trend line and coming down here, is one, I'd want to see it pull back and test that. But ultimately, I'd be looking for 15-minute, 1 hour to have switched to red. And if the 4 hour switches, well, great. Well, then I'll close my long and get in short. Well, MC, I know you got in on the 1 hour reverse. Yeah, so I know you're glad you closed yours, because it's pulling back down to that. We might see it call all the way back down to that 4 hour level. Nice move on your part. All right, I'm going to run up and get a little coffee. I'll be right back. Somebody watch the charts for me. I don't want to come back and see it all the way down here past this low. No, I've got my stops in place. Let's see where we're at in ES before I do that. Yeah, ES is still hanging out there. We'll put this back on oil for you guys. So oil's back at the previous low. We'll see. It did a nice turn there. All right, I'll be back. I'm going to run and get some more coffee. I am back. So it looks like oil. Platinum's come down. Looks like we're trying to find some support there on platinum. Of course, 15-minute 1 hour is green. So I know MC took that 1 hour reverse, closed partial or closed all of it, which is he's probably looking. MC's probably looking for another entry long. So we just got a buy signal that's coming up. We have to wait for the candle to close. Or no, that is a buy signal off that candle. Never mind. So we have a buy signal on it. I did get an oil short when it was looking like it was going to break the low. So I am in it. I'm only up like 140. I only got in with 10 contracts. Got in like right when it was right at the bottom here. I'm going to be aggressive with my stop on this one since it's getting kind of later in the morning. It's almost 11. We should have closed partial, but did not. And now it's pulling back on me. Entry's at 73.30, so it's about to pull back to where I got in. We'll see what happens here on the bounce. And ES is still hanging out, guys. Still hanging out up there above that zone. So again, I still got a trade on from Monday, so we're still going to hold. Now I'm back. I'm up like $10 on oil. So it's pulled all the way back to where I got in. I like how gold's holding. It's really fighting up here. Fighting to stay up above that price level at 2760.4, where that line is. It's really fighting to stay up there. So tonight we do have news on we have CPI on the Australian dollar. So I will be trading that. It's at 7:30. So as usual, I start looking about 6:30, 6 o'clock or 6:30. I'll go in and start looking for a position to see if I can get in before news. Don't forget we got Fed funds rate coming out this Wednesday. So we got the FOMC, 2 o'clock. Well, I'm trying to pull something else up here. We got CPI on the yen as well. Tokyo CPI 6:30 on Thursday. Looking at some news that'll affect your evening trades. Depend on what you're trading. So that's not really going to affect anything unless you're trading the Japanese yen or a currency tied to the Japanese yen. I know we're missing music, aren't we? Looking for oil to give a bounce here, so it pulled all the way back to that line. You know, basically the low it broke. So it broke through this low on oil, and then it's pulled back and it's testing that low to see if we're going to see if it'll hold up its resistance here. So I'm only up like 50 on it. I really want to see it push. If it pushes past this leg here, this low it made on that break, if it pushes past that, that's where I'll close partial. Whoa, how did I get this on the mouse? My son, I don't know if anyone else's kids do that, if you have multiple kids. Since I took my daughter out yesterday for a bunch of stuff, I came home, Tyler's like, I want to do this now. Like, you just tell me where you want to go. So we'll do something this weekend. But he cornered me and I had to play Rocket League last night, which I don't. When he first got his PS4, I don't know what that was, 4 years ago, I played it with him. So he made me install it down here last night on this machine and playing, and I stink at it. He goes, you used to be decent. That was back when I played with him a while back. And I'm like, that was like 4 or 5 years ago. He said, you should have kept playing because he's really good at it. I'm like, yeah, I see you're really still good at it. He's like, yeah, you should have kept playing. So he's wanting me to play some other games with me. And I got 2 screens. The problem is if I have I noticed, I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Because you guys are watching my left screen, my right screen's what I'm trading on. Well, when I start that game platform, it locks up the right screen. Like I'm only trading, or I'm only on the right screen. I cannot move my mouse over here to the left. So I'm hoping I can figure out a way around that. Because then I can have just trade while I'm playing with him or something. But he knows I normally don't play game. So platinum's doing its little dance all the way down to that outer trend line. Just slow, 3 minutes at a time. I thought about stacking more on to oil. I don't know if I want to do that though. We do have the 1 hour and the 4 hour green or red on oil. So when it pulled back again, I got in and 73.30 and it pulled down. So I was in profit about 110 lots or 10 contracts. Sorry. You'll hear me say lots and contracts. You'll have to excuse that interchangeably. So 10 contracts and I was up 100 and then it pulled back. So I thought about adding in, but I think it's too soon. I'm going to wait till I'm in profit on it. So, because it may pull back and it might stop. And I don't want to get stopped out at twice my entry. I have 10 contracts on. I'd rather get stopped out at 10 contracts than 15 because I typically stack on like maybe 4 or 5, typically half. So again, I'm going to wait for it to push. If it were to push past this low here, well, that's when I would let the profit allow me to stack in. This may be a negative trade for me in the end. We'll see. And my wife made coffee and then drank it all. Because I ignored my coffee alarm. I set an alarm to get up and because I know what time she gets up, gets to her desk. And I ignored it and didn't go get my second cup, so she got it. It's the battle over here for coffee. I need to get beans for my my machine. All right, so gold, I like it. It did peak, pull down a little bit below that high over here. Okay with that. Need it to break these. I mean, we have a definite high right here on gold. I'm going to come down and mark these area right here. I'm marking basically these candles. So you'll see this candle pulled up close there, and then we've had these wicks pop up there. So, but ultimately it has to break that. But right now it's right around the previous high here. So I don't know if we'll get it or not. We need something. The ES is pushing a little for us. If you're in it, I'm still in it from yesterday, and it's pushed a little up. So nothing major. Love how platinum found its way to that trend line. MC, I don't know how you feel about that. I just love how it finally found its way to that trend line. And we're just now on this candle right now is wanting to print a buy. So the candle closes in like a minute 17 on this one, or minute, well, whatever, a little less than a minute or more than a minute. So we are getting a green. Where the 15 minutes coming back around. I don't like how the 4 hours been a little wishy-washy back in here changing. We don't get those kind of signals all the time on the 4 hour, but we do get them once in a while. You look up here on Bitcoin, we had a red on the 4 hour switch for like 3 candles here. It happened. So right now it looks like we're going to get a buy signal. It's going to finish printing the buy, and we'll see. What are you doing? What? No, these aren't for you. No, okay. What? You been a good girl? Huh? You've been a good girl. All right, so with gold, it's popped above that barely. We barely had it wick above that last high, that last wick. So I'd like to see it really pop and roll for a little bit. Same with platinum and ES. No, same for everything. When you're in them, you really want them to pop and go, don't you? Right, I don't have nothing. I got nothing. All gone. These are pills. You don't get pills. You want to see one? You want to see one? Come here. But you can't have it. Here. I'll let you look. See, this is a pill. See that? It's a pill, but it's not for doggies. Here. Yeah, see, not for doggies. Yeah. I like the moves on it today. I love the moves on gold and platinum so far. They've given nice, and really, oil gave a nice move, pull down and pull back, and then after that sell signal gave a nice push past the previous low, and so they've all moved really nicely today. Not Bitcoin. It's moved, but nothing I want to get in. I'll price out a Bitcoin today. It's the one I'm not in. There's gold pushing. All right, so we're getting that pop on gold. Hopefully you guys are still holding. Again, with the 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, we're holding or long. And this is where, you look at it and you had to be okay with this break right here. That broke that trend line, but we had an outer one out here. So we have an outer trade line, inner trade line. The steeper ones get broke. We know that. The steeper ones, the steeper trend lines don't last as long as the gradual trend lines. So we know they're going to get broken, and you're okay with that. It's going to happen at some point. Just not sure when. And unfortunately, sometimes if you're trading bounces off of trend lines, unfortunately, at some point, it's going to end. And unfortunately, at times, that's the time you get in. Where it, comes up and bounces off a trend line, and you get in, you take it long. Comes up, bounces off trend line, you get in. Eventually, one of those is not going to bounce. It's going to try. It's going to look like a bounce. You're going to get in long. Going to have your stop below the low or previous low, and then it's going to fall apart and pull back, break the trend line, and go short. And that's just part of trading. You 100% have to be okay with that. You 100% have to be okay with and should know, you should know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that at any given point in time during the trading day, if you're taking trend line bounces, support resistance bounces, you may get in, depending on how the instrument moves, you could get in, and I'm not just going to say getting in the morning, getting in at any time, but you can get in and catch several bounces, to even add to your position or take multiple trades. Eventually, you're going to get in one that's going to be a loss. It's just going to happen because the instrument's going to turn. It's not going to, and I'm not talking about just using our signals. I'm talking about anything. It just, the way they move. So we had a nice hour turn here. We even had a sell here because this kind of 4-hour kind of whipped back and forth there. Ultimately, taking this 1 hour or that sell short, what would have been your cautions? And I'm on platinum. Your cautions on either of these would be what? Well, the 4-hour was green and had been green all night. That's your caution. So what do we do? And when we have caution, we're in a cautionary situation. Well, we go with less contracts, and we want to close partial maybe a little sooner than we typically would. Those are two things that you have to keep in mind. Less contracts, maybe close partial, a little sooner you would, and also possibly using a current high, like shorting here, the current high instead of a previous high. When you sell here, if you sold on this, I certainly wouldn't go back and use this little high in here or here. It would be the current high. These are way too far back. So that would be your loss. You have to be willing to accept that when you get in. And part of trading is just you have to know that at any given time, you take a trade, it could be the last. It could be like the last time that it signals to get in or bounces off a trend line. In this case, we don't even have multiple signals in here in gold to buy and buy and buy, okay? Because everything's still green. Everything's been green all morning. So we're not getting multiple signals to buy back in. What are we doing? Well, we're watching swings. We're watching it pull back and turn. We're watching that bounce, okay? We're watching because we have trend lines drawn. We're watching it pull back to a trend line and bounce. So even though we're not going to get, we may not get any more signals on gold. The 15-minute has to switch to red and then back to green again. Well, if it keeps trending up like it's doing, we will not get another buy signal, okay? Well, we're still using our original trading techniques. You don't abandon those. We're still looking at highs and lows. We're still looking for, gold to come up here and break this high. We're looking for it to come back and bounce, off the trend line. Then we're looking for it to go up and do what? We'll break the high, okay? So that's how we're trading it now. So you don't abandon ever your trading techniques. You need to learn about support and resistance, trend lines, because that helps you with any trading system. Guys, I don't care. It could be a moving average cross system or you're using 25 and a 50. When they cross, you're taking a trade. You still should know about trend lines and support and resistance level. And if you're using a moving average line, a lot of people use that as a trend line. It's just not a linear trend line. It's not straight. I've done it before, so yeah, you can easily do it. But any given time, remember, like I said, it might be the last time you get in. So I took a buy in platinum when it was here. I didn't wait for a signal. To me, it was pulling over to what? It was pulling over this uptrend line, and I had that green candle right there is the one I got in on. So I think that's when the signal Sorry, guys. I think I'm getting a cold. I hope not. So platinum, like I said, I did get in. That's not why I was mentioning all that. I was mentioning it more on gold because every time we get in on the bounces, you just know that eventually it's going to fade out, that move and reverse, and you may actually take the tail end. That happens a lot where you get in. So I try not to hesitate on entering. I've done it before in the past, early on, and I know people have done it. I've seen people do it. I've heard of people where you have a point here, you have a point here, it pulls back, and you jump in or don't jump in. You say, I want to jump in, but I'm hesitant. So you hesitate there and you don't jump in. Comes back here and you hesitate and don't jump in, and it moves. And then it comes back again and you don't hesitate because you're looking going, well, I missed this one, I missed this one, I missed this one. So that is a part of trading as well. I don't know if any of you guys have noticed yourselves doing that, but if you do, it's something you have to figure out a way to get around. And the best way is just to not hesitate when you see the bounce or see the signal. Because again, in this case in gold, we only had one buy. Everything else is green still. So you're getting in on bounces. And if you catch yourself to where because it happens, to where you're like, okay, I didn't take this one, and it shot way up. I'm going to take this one. And you take this one. Or you don't take this one. You hesitate a little bit, and you don't take it, and it shoots up. And then does it a couple times. Well, then you're like, okay, next time I'm going to do it. Well, the next time it pulls back, you do it, and that trade doesn't work out. It just drops, breaks through this trend line, breaks through the highs, and just starts dropping. And you take a loss. That is something that you have to get some control on early on, as well as anything else in your trading. Because that's the fear of loss is why you're not taking any of these bounces. You basically have a fear of a loss. You have a fear that if you take that trade, it's going against you and you'll have a losing trade. Something that should help you is you have to realize what has gone on when you do get in late. So here's the thing. You didn't get in this bounce, didn't get in this bounce, didn't get in this bounce. It pulls out, it pulls back, and you say, I'm in. I missed out on each one of these, bounces, so I'm in. You get in, and it goes against you, and you take a loss. You know what you got to say to yourself? See, I took a bounce, and I lost. What you need to say to yourself instead of just, I took that bounce, and it pulled through the trend line, broke down, and I had a loss. That's okay. You know what happened. You realized it. But you also have to realize this, that you could have taken other bounces and been profitable had you not hesitated on those bounces, okay? So that's just as important, not just to say, oh, well, I tried, I got in, took it long, it broke the trend line, and pulled all the way back down here to where it started at this buy signal. And you even get in a sell signal or something in here, or get a sell signal, before you get stopped out. So don't just look at that trade and say, oh, well, it's a losing trade. And I took it because it, came back to the trend line. So I was expecting it to bounce there. I even saw a green candle, so I bought. Okay, that's important to realize that. Also, why was it a loss? Was it a loss? It was a loss, obviously, because it broke the trend line and pulled back. But you have to also look at, why did you get in here? Well, because it bounced multiple times already off the trend line. Okay. Well, if you see that and you know that when you get in here, you have to also again say to yourself, I should have took one of these other bounces. But if you hesitated, that's something you have to realize for yourself. And you have to work around that. Okay, next time I see a bounce off a trend line, I just got to take it. I mean, it's part of trading. And if you should not do any of this in live money until you're ready, you practice it, demo or paper account, to get used to it. It should never be live money before you're successful at paper trading or demo. Or you can use a prop firm. Prop firm accounts are cheap. So I'd rather see someone go in and buy a account with Top Step or something, $50 account, or an account with using $50 than putting in $5,000 in their own money and losing it. It's just you have rules with the prop firms that you don't have when you trade with your own money. The only one I don't like, and I'm okay with all the rules on the prop firms, on any prop firm, because I think it helps train traders to be successful and not risk all their money when you do put in 5 or 10 grand on your own. The one I don't like is the like with Apex, the 30% rule. I don't agree with those that rule as far as the way I trade. Okay. Now, the way most people trade funded accounts, and they get in, they go for it all. They go for broke. I'm going to put max contracts on NQ when the market opens, or 5 minutes before the market opens. I don't agree with any of that. That's why that 30% rule is in place. They want to see consistency in a trader. They don't want to see that you've had one day of $1,000 profit, or one trade $1,000, and all your other trades are $50 and $60 and $70. That's what they don't want to see. So the problem I have with that, and I think you guys will know, is runners. I got a real problem, because sometimes we'll get in 10 contracts and it'll shoot up 200. You close out, say, 80% or 50%. And then the runners we leave on, especially when you get into your accounts that you can hold over, throughout the days, throughout the week. Those runners can be as big or bigger than an actual trade. So that last runner, I remember, that got pretty high, where it was one contract. I'm talking about the one contract one. For me, was Nasdaq, and it was like 400. I thought 485 or 495. It was somewhere in there, and that was a one contract runner. So can you imagine if I'm sitting there taking a bunch of trades that are 50, 60, 100, and now I've got this one runner at 500? It doesn't look like consistency. It doesn't show consistency. But those are my runners. Those are on to get whatever I get. Then if it keeps going in one direction, I'm going to get more. That runner is going to be larger. And yeah, so that's the only rule I don't care for. But again, that's just based off of how we trade, how we leave our runners on. So it looks like we're getting that bounce on gold. Just trying to break that previous high here. Anyone, are you in Platinum MC? I'm interested to see if you're in it. And oil's failed to break its previous low, which is down here. If you look at the bodies, they're pretty much identical. This red candle down here closed on oil, and then this one here came down and closed right there too. So I'm going to mark the wick, but that's I'm also looking at candle bodies on the turns to see if it's turning around that same price point. 73.15 on there. It's got a break. So still got another sell signal, but we're not getting any follow through yet. Oh, and ES just tanked. I'm going to switch. Do you guys want me to leave Bitcoin up? Is anyone actually messing with Bitcoin today? Oh, you're in short. I know. I was kind of thinking about shorting on that trend line break and did not on platinum. It's right around that 4-hour line, and I don't know. I'm thinking about shorting. Because if you guys want me to leave Bitcoin up there, I will. If not, I'm going to switch it to ES. So there's ES. So I was really hoping it would hold up there, but it didn't. So still green on the signals. We've had a healthy pullback on this. So for me on like ES, I'm still in it because remember my stop is down here below this low. I almost got the stop down on the pullback. This trade from Monday. So still in it long. I'm going to hold it. I have not moved my stop. I'm leaving my stop there till end of day. So since this is a trade that's carried over from yesterday morning, I've already closed partial. I closed 3/4 out. I was in super heavy, and I have runners on. I'm going to leave my stop there. I'm okay. I will still get profit on my runners. So if it comes back and does stop me out, I'll get stopped out. Still in profit on runners. What I'm looking for is I'm looking to see if I can hold it all week. So I don't know if that's going to pan out or not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So at end of day, I'll make a decision on where to move my stop, and it's going to be based on if it keeps moving up. If it stays between the high right here of today and this low of today of the New York session, if it stays in between here, if it doesn't break this high right here on ES, I will not move my stop. I'll leave my stop down here, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. So that's my plan. If it can go up above this high, at end of day, I'll be looking at a 4-hour chart, and I want to make sure all my zones and lines are intact, and I'll be moving my stop up based on that. So again, that's only if it breaks this high. If it doesn't break this high right here, I won't move my stop. If it does break this high, then I'm going to move my stop up from where it is down here on up in here somewhere. More than likely, it's just going to be like right around in here. I'll keep it below these lows in here, give myself some protection there. And you'll try this on some. I recommend trying it on some. Getting where, and it only happens typically if you're trading multiple items. You can do it if you're trading one instrument, but you have to be able to hold overnight and over a week or over weekend. You can get an account where you can hold overnight through the week and close out on Friday. You can also, like my Forex account, I can hold it over the weekend. That's how we get in the trades that are like a month or 2 months long. So it's really cool when you get to that point where you're not just a day trader. Some of your trades, so I'm a day trader by profession. That's me. I day trade. But if I can have a trade that I can leave on that goes for a few days or eventually a few months or even just 30 days, then that's even better. and you get there over time. And it doesn't always work out. There's sometimes I'll take a large trade in Forex and I'll put on 40 lots and I'll close out 3/4, which is 30. I'll close partial, move my stop to protect my position so I don't lose anything against the gains. And then news comes out next day, trade starts, and it comes back, stops me out. It doesn't work out. It's a 1 day trade, or it might just be that 1 day that doesn't, I'm hoping I can hold it longer and go for days, but only if it keeps trending in that direction. If it doesn't keep trending in that direction, it's going to stop me out. Well, that one didn't work. So we try again. We get in more. I think the longest I was in last month was I want to say it was a little longer than 3 months. I know I had one in last spring. It was 2.5 months. I want to say that one Bitcoin trade at the end of the year. I'd have to look back at my post and my charts and journal because I can't remember that one Bitcoin trade that was huge. How long I had that on. At the time, I knew how long. I remember your short's going for you on platinum, but that's what you ultimately want. And you don't just jump into it. You don't just jump into a 4-hour time frame or a daily time frame and say, well, I'm going to get in, I'm going to swing trade. I'm going to buy Bitcoin, I'm going to hold it for till the end of the year. Most people don't do that. You don't have the funds to do that. So we get in on the smaller time frame, the 3 or 5 minute, close our partials so we lock in our daily bread so we at least have money to eat on, right? Which is whatever it is for you. $4,000 a month, there's 20 trading days in a month. So if you can be there all 20 trading days for $4,000 a month, you only need $200 each day. And guess what? If you fail to make $200 per day and you take a couple days losses and you only end up with $2,000, $2,500, $1,700, $3,000 instead of the four, I'd be okay with that, right? If your target is $4,000 a month, 200 a day, and you miss it, you fail to make your target, that's another thing. You cannot kick yourself. You fail to make $4,000, but you make $1,700. Okay, be okay with that. It's $1,700 for sitting, placing some trades. Be okay with $2,500. Don't be okay with negative 2,000. If it gets to that point that you're having more losing days than winners, we've got to figure out what's going on, and then tweak your management or system, whichever, or all of it. But if you can have a trade that lingers and keeps going, so that's what I'm hoping for ES. We'll see. I'll be back on the 4-hour chart this afternoon, kind of making sure if I need to move some lines, or as I look at it, I probably do. And platinum or oil's making another run at the low. Then gold's just lingering there. So I am, since gold kind of came up here a couple times, I am going to move this line up here on the top of gold. I didn't move my circle back. This one this just didn't come all the way down to our target, which is fine. Still moved sideways to the trend line. And again, this is why we don't take a trend line break. That's why I don't take a trend line break. Right when a candle breaks the trend line. This red candle closed past this trend line on gold, 100%. That trend line is from this low to this wick low, okay? Those 2 points, this red candle, 3-minute candle, closed past that trend line. But we don't take trend line breaks right when they break. We wait for them to test. Now, You can always put a pending order, down in here somewhere in case it just breaks and runs short without you. Do it with super light on contracts. That's all I can say. And I've done it before where it's broke a trend line. I'm like, man, is it going to go short? And then you put a pending contract in, say below this low, and you have to go light on contracts because it's a big risk. So again, trend line break, we don't enter on trend line breaks. We wait for them to pull back, test the backside, and upon that, pulling back, test the backside, what did it do? Go all the way up. So you're not taking a loss there. If someone's trading specifically just trend line breaks, I can guarantee there's someone around the world and probably multiple people that had this same trend line drawn here off these lows and took that trade as short. And guess what? They probably used the previous high for a stop. And guess what? They probably went 1 or 2 ticks above. Most people like to go that 1 or 2 ticks above the higher low. And they're stopped out right now and wondering why. 100%. Took the short, got in short, loaded up on contracts because they thought, man, it's going to go all the way back here to the start of day, start of 7 o'clock. Put their stop above the high and they just got stopped out. So again, we didn't take it and we didn't take the loss because that's a loss for anyone that took that. So part of the reason why we're not taking that is what? Is this down here? The 1 hour, 15 minute, 1 hour, and 4 hour is still green. If you were to trade that short against all this, it's a super what? Super risky trade. If I was going to take that short, super risky trade, I'm not putting 10, 20. I'm not even putting 5 or 4. I'd put 1 contract on that. I would not be willing to risk any more than 1 contract at all if I was to short that. There's no way. Everything else down here is green, not going against the higher time frame. It's not what we're looking to do. It's okay to trade some retracements, some pullbacks, but we're looking at the larger time frame. If the 15 minute was green or red, so if the 15 minute was red, okay, I might do 2 contracts, 1 or 2. That's it. If the 1 hour was red also, we would have got a reversal 1 hour. Well, then I'd go 3 or 4 contracts. If everything was red, it's a different story. So just keep that in mind. Look at the bottom of the chart and see where we're at. So we're not taking that loss. So none of us should have had a loss here on gold on this. Still watching oil. Still holding oil short. I'm up a little bit. Oh, I'm up 170 where it's at. So I am going to close partial on it. I'm gonna drag it over real quick and then I'll drag it back and get it off there. So here's oil, and I've been sitting in it for a while, and it's up 170. So since 200. So since it's back there, we'll close out. It's like at 250. So we'll close out 8 of that. Is anyone getting in? I was gonna wait till next week to mention it. Is anyone getting in the LEAP competition? Do you guys know about that? I don't know if you guys have heard about it. It's in TradingView. Trying to get Tyler in it.
Yeah, the two contracts. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like I said, I wouldn't even. What did I do? This is supposed to be on Bitcoin. On gold there, yeah. Well, MC's saying why if you're not going to put on two contracts, why even risk getting in it? And that's the thing. So again, it's really risky because the 15-minute and the 1 hour and 4 hour are all green. And again, guys, this was created back in like the 1700s. Uh, what we're looking at, not the whole thing, but the guy that created the way we're getting the signals off the candles, like some guy back in the 1700s. So that's not something I created. The only thing I pulled together is tweaking things a little bit, but more than that, we're watching multiple time frames, and it works better on in the forex market because we had this back in like 2005. So I started in 2004. 2005, I was looking to set up some signals, some like, and I don't want to call them dummy signals, just trade signals, just something that popped on the chart, and it worked really well in forex back then, and it still does today. So it's okay on these as long as things start trending a little bit. Other than that, it gets kind of sloppy. So we're holding oil. Oil has just broke its previous low. But anyways, there's competition. I know they set out. I think if you go click on your name in TradingView or your profile picture or whatever, and go to what's new, a tab will pop up. I think they got it over there. Yeah. So they have what's called a leap competition, and this is in TradingView. And the CME group is supposedly putting it on along with TradingView, which I think is really cool. I think the rules are changed and they're different. So from what I've seen, so I may jump in this one. I don't know. I'm trying to get Tyler to do it. Of course, there's prizes. So you're paper trading. So don't think you're going to lose money. You don't have to put up any money to trade. So I think it's really it could be practice for some of you guys that want to practice, especially if you're wanting to use signals and use the signals and trade and see what it would be like to trade a little heavier on positions instead of just putting up, one or two micros. You're trading a little bit larger and for the competition. And I think it's okay to do that. And you just know your limits, that you're not going to put on that many contracts when you trade your account. You're just going to scale them down, right? So maybe you put on 20 contracts on Bitcoin. Well, when you get to your account, you might only be putting on 2 or 4. You just know those that you're adjusting down for account size, which is fine. So again, it's out there. It's got details on this. I'll put the link in our thing. This is not like a referral link or my link. This is the link that comes out of TradingView. I'm popping it in the chat. So CME group is joined in, and I think they might be the ones putting up some of the prize money. I don't know. So again, it's paper competition. It starts February 3rd and runs till the end of the month. So it's coming up next week. Here's prize money. So for the first 5 places, it's individual prize money. After that, it goes to like 6th through 25th is 500, down to 50th is 300, and they pay all the way down to the 250th place. And you get 6 more months of your current plan. So like if you got a yearly plan like I've got and I renewed in Thanksgiving, well, then you're getting 6 months stacked on. You basically will log into your TradingView account, and sign up for the account. And next time you log in, if you go to paper, you'll see that account. It is 250 they're starting you with. I thought they had, and it's a 1 month thing. Oh, they don't show you on here. Once you sign up, it'll show you. I want to get off your charts. But once you sign up, it will show you the. I'm trying to look here. Yeah, here it is. So it shows you what you can trade. So here's some details on there. Of course, it's virtual money. Here's the symbols you're allowed to. You can screen. Once you sign up, you'll see it. So those are the symbols you're allowed to trade. Like you can trade micro oil, you can trade oil or the micros. Same with gold or micros. If you're trading with multiple contracts, I don't see a need to trade with micros. So for me, I would trade, instead of micro here on, I would trade oil, I would trade gold. ES is the same. A Nasdaq's the same. You can either go ES or micro. You can go the same with Nasdaq micro. So for me, it would be like oil, Nasdaq, gold, ES. The only one they don't have is Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is just micro, and then right here you have the euro. The 6E is euro, and that's micro when it's M in front of it. So like 6A is Australian dollar. So those are the only things you can trade. So I like this better. I have not seen a contract size limit. When TradingView does it on their own, they had like micro Nasdaq you can put on, 4. ES you can put on 6. Gold you can put on 2. The euro you can put on 10. I mean, it just had a bunch of restrictions like that. It wasn't based on your contract or account size, the 250,000. It was based on some stupid contract size they figured out they wanted to use. So I haven't seen that. It's not up here that it says anything like that. So I don't think that's the case, which will be nice that it's opened up a little more. You will have people that go for broke. It's just the way it is. And I think they do them once every month and a half. I don't know. I don't know if they show when the last one is or was. They do. Oh, I'll go out and yeah, we can look at that. See, I don't do this. I've never been in one of these, or I don't. Let's see. I got in one month, and then last year, and then I got out of it. I didn't get out, but I just didn't trade in it because I was too busy trading to make money. So it's okay, but if I get in this and compete in it, well, then I'd want to focus on this, which means I'd have a month of, am I going to trade? But here's the, they do show the complete down here, the winners. So these are completed contests. You could see how many participants. So, man, we had a bunch here. Last March and May, 92,000, 78,000, and then it dropped to about 60,000. August, November. November is the last time they had one. So this will be the first this year. And you can actually, see the winner. And you can click on this right here, and it'll show you details. So if you click on that, it's going to go down and show you like all the details of the top winners. I don't know how many we got. Or is it just, oh, that's just this person. Sorry. So that's just this. No, it does show. Yeah. So first, it does show multiple. I'm sorry. So this person here that got the $3,000 prize. So what you're wanting to look at is this right here. I'm not concerned with anything else on here. Well, maybe. You want to look at a few things. I want to know how much he made to win that. He only made 20 grand on a $250,000 account. That's not even 10%, right? 25,000 would be 10%. And it shows you right here, the profit. It's 8.4. Okay. So it shows you all the details here. Like you can see what he traded. Let's see, numbers of trades by symbols. So and it starts with the highest at the top. So he took 8 trades in Bitcoin, 7 in Ethereum. I don't know how he did that. They must have allowed it in that competition because it's not listed on this one. So they must have had Ethereum you could trade. 5 in oil, 4 in gold, 4 in silver. Least traded was S&P. Euro he did 3. So you can see how many trades he took by symbol across the board. What an average trade was, $633. Okay. Where else are we looking at? There's your largest loss. Largest winning trade was 47.89. So almost 4,800. Largest winning trade. Average winning trade 816. Average loser 545. Biggest loser 1,300. So if that's your biggest loser 1,300 and your biggest winner is 4,700, I think that's a good spread. Then it shows over here invested funds by symbol. That's a calculation based on the account size and all. How many buys he took? 39 buys, 30 sells. All right. So basically, you can look at all this, see how someone else did. What did they do? What did they trade most often? It was Bitcoin, 20 grand. Let's go down to number 2. Second place, again, 20 grand, a little over 20 grand. He put up 6 in silver, 4 in euro, 2 in crude. So you go back here, this guy traded euro kind of last, right? Didn't he? But this person were 4 in euro. But overall trades was what? 16. This guy had 33 trades. So this person down here had over half as many trades, 33 trades, 16 trades, and made about $500 less, $450 less. Less trades, yeah, a little less money, a little smaller size, but I like this down here. Let's look at what we have here. Now, I don't like this at all, and I'll tell you why. So we have average winning trades, 1,470, highest 6,700. I don't like this right here where it says where there's no loss. No losing trade. I don't like that. Here's the reason why. That to me, what pops in my mind is that this person used no stop losses. And I could be wrong. But that's typically what that means. They don't put a stop. They they leave the trade on. And then it comes back around the next day or 2 days later or 3 days later. That's why I don't like seeing that. Next person, over 2 grand, 23 trades. So right in there, 16, 33, and 16. This person had 23. S&P most was 6. Bitcoin in there, gold. Okay, oil's way at the bottom. Oil and euro way at the bottom. 23 trades overall. Okay, so 1,700 on the average winning trade, 7,700 for the largest winning trade. Loser, 33.36. If your average winning trade is 1,700 and average loser trade is 30 or 336, are you okay with that? 100%. 100% okay with that. Okay. Largest loser, 1,400. The largest losing trade at 1,419 was lower than the average winning trade. To me, that's great. Then we see another 20,000. If you're looking, we've only dropped the hundreds. So 20,904, 20,448, 20,205, and now we're at 20,156. So these top places have all hit 20K. So to me, and there's been 60,000 contestants or 59, whatever, about 60. So in this competition, my goal would be to break the 20K. At least get there. But if I get to 30K, or even higher, which I don't really want to necessarily shoot for that, but if I can get to the 20K, I would assume I'm going to be in the running. And it may not be. Who knows? We may get a group of traders in here that all make 30K. The top positions all make 30,000 something. Okay. So, but I just wanted to show you guys the numbers, because as I look back at the previous competition, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the numbers to see. Again, 20K, Bitcoin, gold, silver. They the euro and crude oil last. Now, why did they trade? S&P, euro, and crude oil. They didn't even get in these two. Less than Bitcoin and gold. They probably feel more comfortable with Bitcoin and gold. They probably trade Bitcoin. You know what? If platinum was in this competition and MC signed up, what do you think I would see here at his number one traded, MC's number one traded asset? It would more than likely be platinum. I would expect it to be platinum, right? We just can't trade platinum. Sorry, you're out. So this one, even still, 20K. So the top 5 places were 20K in profit. And this person only traded 20. Again, gold, silver, Bitcoin top, did trade euro, S&P, one trade. So that person might not be as comfortable trading in one trade, or do they put one trade in several things at the beginning of the month and just let them go? See, I don't know. Might have just YOLO'd one trade in S&P. What I get is what I get. Overall, I still like their stats here. Average winner, 1082. Average loser, 206. Love that. Okay, that's part of why they got up here at 20. Okay. The highest loser, this is the second thing I love. I love seeing, he's almost 5 times, or is over 5 times. So his loss is 5 times less than his gain. Risk to reward's phenomenal there. We look at this right here. The highest losing trade at 325, is only a third of this, a little over a third of the average winner. Don't really care too much about the largest winner. I'm comparing this here. The largest loser to that is still acceptable. We don't want to see the largest loser 5 grand, 3 grand, 2 grand. I want to see it lower than that. I'd be okay if it was half that. But once it creeps up to where it's like 800, 900,000, what's going on? Okay. So I just kind of wanted to show you guys that. It's coming up. And showed. Is that the only contest they showed? I think they just showed the last one. I thought they had multiple ones they showed, but maybe not. Candace is out. All right, we'll see ya. She might already be on. But it's out there. Like I said, if you guys want in it, you can. I don't, don't let it take away from what you're doing, though. If ultimately you're doing good and you're in real money account or whatever, and you don't want that, because it could be considered a distraction. Don't let it distract you. If If it becomes a distraction, just don't trade it. Because sometimes it's hard to get in multiple accounts and trade. I am trying to get Tyler in it. I'd like to see what he can do because he is trading the signals. He is not trading every day. And I told him to take his time because we linked that new PA account, not the one I just did, but he's got two right now that are linked. And then he's got the third one that I paid the PA fee, but it's the lifetime. So he doesn't have to do a thing in it. And since he was trading, I told you guys he added Bitcoin. He was gold only, added Bitcoin, and now he's been looking at oil too. So I told him, I said, I don't want you to get, to where you're looking at 4 or 5 instruments. I said, you're not there yet. I'd really like him just to focus on Bitcoin and gold, but I may let him go through with oil too. And that's kind of why I want to see what he'll do on the competition. All right, MC, we'll catch you later. But yeah, I want to see what he'll do. I get him signed up and all, and I want him, basically I'll create a list. You guys have lists in TradingView. We have a red list, and then mine's red list, and you can make another list. So I'll create another list that says Leap. I don't know if it shows in here. Yeah, so you create another list that says Leap, and then when you log into that Leap competition account, you switch over your watch list to the Leap list, and those are the ones you want to trade. So anyways, I want to put him on it because I want to see what he'll do, because he'll be able to watch. I'm going to just turn him loose and just let him be free, see what he'll do. And I mean no restraints on what he's trading. So I forget how many's on that list. I mean, there's 10 items in the list, but when you look at what you got Bitcoin, Euro, oil, gold, Nasdaq, and ES. There's only 6 instruments on there. So yeah, we'll see what he does, what he'll do. All right, guys, so I'm going to get off here too. It's noon. Still holding gold. Again, glad we didn't take the trend line break. And it broke over here too, as we originally, no, not this one. That was this one. So it broke through, closed below trend line. We didn't take it short, so we didn't take that loss. Again, the 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour all red. I got to see where I'm at. Still in oil, and it's not up much. It's up like, I closed partial. So I had 10 on oil and closed out 8. So only have 2 on. Then they're only up like 36 bucks on the 2. And the stop, I'm not quite pulling to break even yet. And of course, ES we're still in. All right, so I'm going to cut out of here, but I'll leave the stream up as usual till about 5 o'clock. I'll close it. Signals will still be on, but right now they're on. I'm going to try and fix that tonight, to where you guys get them. It's just the way the signals are set up. They only come up and have this text that pops up, like on the side of your chart. So you guys will have that when you download the indicator. You won't need the stuff going to Discord anymore when you download the indicator, because when you download the indicator, these and I'll go over this in more detail. They'll pop up in the corner of your chart. You can also have a notification to notify within the app. So that's like when you're on your phone, it'll notify you. When you set these up, they're housed on their servers. Okay, it's not housed on your computer. So you could shut your home computer down, you'll still get alerts on your phone. because they're housed there. You can also have an email sent to you, whatever you want done. I have it to where it plays a sound. That's the trumpet you guys hear. Is the sound that mine plays. Actually, I got my sound off, but you guys have heard the little trumpets play. That's a signal. So you guys will have that. We'll go over that more later as setting that up individually. But you won't need them to come out through Discord anymore because you'll have the capability to have it pushed to your phone and it'll be on your chart. So that's why I'm not pushing really to. I'll see if I can get that reset back up tonight. And then you got your whole log here where you can sweep your log, which basically will clear all the signals that came up. So, but that's how the alerts work. So you won't see them in Discord right now, but you'll see them still pop up here. So just, unfortunately, you have to keep checking this for looking for signals. So right now I'm holding gold, holding ES, holding oil, and we'll see what we get the rest of the day. ES, I'm going to pop Bitcoin down to ES real quick. There's ES. So ES says, again, my stop's down here below this. I wanted to see it break this high before I move my stop. So if ES can go through and break this high and come back down to test that high and then move on again, give another leg up, my stop's going under here, guys. Again, I'm holding till the end of the week, but I'm not moving my stop yet till it does those few things on ES. All right, so I'm getting out of here. Don't forget there is news on the Australian dollar for tonight for those that trade currencies. It's at 7:30 CPI. I don't know if anyone's trading the Aussie, but that's where I'll be trading the Aussie. I love it. Yep, safe trading. Now we should just be with runners, so I'm not looking to trade afternoon at all, except for like the Australian market, 7:30. I'm going to try and get in at somewhere before 7:30. But other than that, I'm not looking to take any more trades. All I'm looking to do now is modify my oil, gold, and ES trade, and that is it. London session just closed down, so the big boys in London are not trading. And when I say the big boys, I'm talking about the bank traders, the hedge funds, all that. And here in the U.S., they're at lunch. So that's why we don't get a lot in the afternoon. So I will talk to y'all later. I'll see you tonight, or I might be on tonight live. I don't know. We'll see. But that's what I'll be trading, the Australian dollar. This will be shut down at 5. So enjoy, and I will talk to you later.